External to help you understand what lies ahead on D-Day of 5 states verdict. Amitabh Tiwari joins us. He's a political commentator, followed by Gaurav Choudhury, Viju, Cherian and Santosh Nair. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining in and a very good morning to you. Action-packed day ahead for the markets and, from the political front. Viju, I'll start with you. How's the mood? What is expected? Any surprises that we should be, bracing ourselves for today?
Good morning, Karunya, and good morning to all the viewers of Money Control. Any surprises? If you look at the exit polls, they were more or less on lines what were expected, because all throughout the polling phase, it was expected from Uttar Pradesh that Bharatiya Janata Party would do well. They would actually cross the halfway mark. Exit polls suggest that as of now, in a short while, counting will start. Punjab seems to be a bit of a surprise in the sense that Aam Aadmi Party, some polls give them up to, I think there's one exit poll which gives them up to 100 seats in 117. So the peculiar part about Punjab is that so far it has only seen a two-party contest. For the first time, it's actually seeing a multi-cornered contest. So that is what makes exit polls also very tricky here. Goa, then Uttarakhand is there. Uttarakhand BJP government has been in power. Last time it had 57 seats. In the past term, it has had 3 chief ministers. Things were not all great for the BJP. And the Congress had a chance to actually give a good fight, but it seems the Congress also has not got its script right. So the exit poll suggests the BJP is ahead over here. In Goa and Manipur, the things are a bit, on the fence. It's a bit hard to say at the moment. So I would keenly be following Punjab and Goa, the developments over there.
Okay, all right. Amitabh, how about you? Exit polls, of course, we've all seen, and we'll also talk about how the markets reacted. But what is it that you will be closely watching at today? UP, of course, will be the big number, but apart from that?
Yeah, I think for the national parties, BJP, UP is important, while for Congress, the Punjab result is going to be important. I am not going to put my money on Uttarakhand and Goa because we've seen that the contests there have been very close. In Goa specifically, any party could win, but some other party could ultimately form the government. In UP, I think the main thrust of focus will be on the extent of the margin of victory of BJP, because that will show whether there was disillusionment among a section of voters, or actually, because some exit polls are showing that they could even reach the 300 mark, which means that instead of disillusionment or anger, there is actually a great level of satisfaction among the voters with the performance of the UP government. So the margin of victory will give us that indication. In Punjab, there was a sentiment for Badlav because Aam Aadmi Party was somehow able to convince people that Akali Dal and Congress are two sides of the same coin. However, there has been a significantly low turnout, and we'll have to see that low turnouts are generally pro-incumbent. And Aam Aadmi Party doesn't have the apparatus in the state yet to convert the sentiment into votes, because it is still a volunteer-based party in that sense in the state. So we'll have to see whether Aam Aadmi Party actually is able to record such a large-scale victory, because that will have national ramifications, not only for the Congress, because it is going to then occupy Congress's space in other states, but also for the BJP in the long term, because BJP does not plan for 5 years, 10 years. It plans for 20, 25 years. Then it means that the Aam Aadmi Party could actually emerge as a strong contender to BJP in the coming years.
Gaurav, how's the mood on the street? Because, following the exit poll, we've seen the markets also take a bit of a breather. Is it related to that, the kind of verdicts that people are now expecting after the exit poll, or are there other factors at play as well?
I don't think the markets are going to react to what the elections results are, turn out to be eventually. I think most of that has been priced in. And as Viju said, exit polls, it's only the extent of victory that's going to matter here. So far as the BJP is concerned, in Uttar Pradesh, which is the politically most important state for the BJP as well as for the opposition. But from the electoral results point of view, I think the most interesting set of results is going to come from Punjab, because it's more like a five-way split that is going to happen. There are five political parties or five political alignments at play here. One is the Aam Aadmi Party, which is predicted to forecast to win big, but there is also the Akalis, which have their core vote base always intact, and we have two factions of the Congress at play here, and also the BJP and the Amrinder Singh alliance. It's going to be interesting to see, because just a single or 2 percentage point vote swing could be a decider here, and it could emerge in one party or one configuration winning a landslide in Punjab, regardless of the fact that the vote percentage between that configuration and the close second could be very, very small. So even at a very, very narrow margin, Punjab could see very interesting results, and could also see a landslide victory despite very low margins. And that is something that is going to be keenly watched, not because the BJP is not really at play in Punjab, but also because if Aam Aadmi Party actually goes on to win a landslide victory in Punjab, it means Arvind Kejriwal establishes himself as a national leader ahead of legacy political parties like the TMC or NCP, etc. So come to think of it, the Aam Aadmi Party is only a 7-year-old party, in the sense that they have been in power only for 7 years now. But even if after 7 years they can go on to win a big state like Punjab, which is also politically very significant, as well as also a border state. And please remember that Arvind Kejriwal actually comes from a Hindi-speaking belt, or the Hindi-speaking political configuration. And 11 states in India, what is called the HSM market, the Hindi-speaking market, actually account for 11 states, which is about 600 million people. So it makes it easier for him to actually prepare himself as an alternative to the BJP as and when it emerges, maybe 10 years from now, ahead of the Congress. The story here of these elections is also going to be a complete decimation of the Congress, if you go by what the exit polls are saying. Now, if that happens, what happens in Congress after the poll results are out from tomorrow onwards is going to be far more interesting. Does it mean that the end of the Congress as we knew it, or does it mean that the G23, the group of 23 people who are very, very, upset with the leadership style, actually, pull the button and move out of the Congress? All these things are going to play out in the next couple of days. But one thing is certain, that Punjab, until 6 or 7 months ago, it was an election that was said that the Congress is going to win. They have opened it up for the opposition, and now probably they'll end up being third, which is a sad commentary on the grand old party and reflects the sorry state of affairs.
Absolutely. Santosh is also here with me in the studio. Santosh, how important is the election from a market standpoint? Because right now, we have larger issues that we're dealing with, geopolitical crisis, there's soaring crude oil prices, inflation across the board. Elections coming at a time like this, how important will it be for the market sentiment?
Well, the verdict could probably, the extent of the win, as Gaurav also mentioned, could probably briefly trigger up move in case the BJP wins convincingly in the major states. But beyond that, I don't think it will have any major impact, because right now the bigger worry for the market is crude, it's FII selling, it's inflation. So these three factors are likely to have a major bearing on sentiment, at least for the next few months. The kind of selling that you have been seeing from FIIs over the last few days, more than $1 billion worth of shares being sold every day. So that's huge pressure on the market. So if the geopolitical factors were not a concern, then probably you could have seen the market reacting to the verdict. But however, given that you have bigger concerns right now, I think this may not have much of an impact one way or the other.
But, policy-wise, Amitabh, how will this play out? Because UP, of course, is considered as a semi-finals for 2024 or any, of the upcoming general elections. But policy-wise, continuity, of course, is a welcome move. But overall, how do you see things panning out for the government at the center and at UP?
See, I think if the scale of margin is fairly high, as some exit polls are predicting, then we could see BJP moving towards more of welfareism measures, which means it could take a left turn in its economic policies. Because what we are seeing from 2014 to 2022 is the fact that BJP has moved from Hindutva to social engineering to welfareism now. So we could see more policies targeted at providing benefits to individuals so that BJP is able to solidify or create a very loyal and strong vote base of Labhartis, which could help them in the elections in the future. So now BJP, from a Brahmin Baniya to a middle class, rich class party, probably is going to take a tilt towards a party which is a champion of poor and backwards and fights for their causes and their rights.
Okay. Viju, would you like to weigh in on that?
Yes, I'll agree with Amitabh on the fact that this is not the BJP that we all got to see about a decade back. This is not the BJP that generally the non-BJP parties would want to label it as. This is a BJP has become a party which is now, you cannot complain, or you cannot say that it is a party that belongs or it supports capitalism in itself. Here is a party which actually is giving out welfare measures, and that is why in Uttar Pradesh it actually has a real good chance, because many people did not factor in the silent voter, as they say, because many of the welfare measures that the party has taken, especially since the onset of COVID in 2020, will actually come to benefit the party. We will only know once the results come out later today, but at least going by projections, it's clear. In fact, BJP has pushed BJP's narrative, although, I mean, for the majority part of all the phases have been law and order and development. This is way different from a BJP that was, associated a few years back, where it would have talked about religion, it would have talked about the temple construction. Yes, it is also identified like that, but now the Yogi government has put its development credentials over here, out. It has said that we have done development. Look at the work we have done and vote for us. So that is entirely a different shift which comes in, and that is where actually the SP and the other parties have fallen short.
Well, the numbers have started trickling in as well. We have, some numbers coming in for UP where BJP, as expected, right now in early counting is in a clear majority. Neck and neck situation in Uttarakhand, and we're awaiting some more details coming in from Manipur as well. But yeah, these UP and Uttarakhand numbers have started trickling in for now.
In fact, for the first half an hour, the counting goes for the postal ballots.
That's right,
so,
yes.
Postal ballots. So in Uttarakhand, if you're actually seeing a neck and neck one, it's interesting because Uttarakhand has a very large presence of service personnel. So if postal ballots are coming in and it's actually giving a neck and neck over there, it could mean that, Uttarakhand results could be interesting as the day progresses.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, Gaurav, how do you think, what happens to the markets after today? I mean, once, the domestic event is over, would we look at some more, jitteriness or some more volatility which will be back in the markets again?
I don't think, as Santosh said, that markets have completely factored in the election results, and the markets would rather react to what's happening on the Ukraine-Russian border and within Ukraine, rather than what's going to happen in the election results here, because these are more or less the broad direction has been, is more or less known, and the markets have factored in that. But what's going to be interesting to see from a policy point of view, and I'd be very keenly watching on what happens on what the next steps are on the farm laws, because the farm laws and the resultant protests that actually were held on the borders of Delhi for more than 14 months, were believed to, and every political analyst worth his or her salt had said that the farm laws are going to have a serious bearing on the UP elections and also in the Punjab elections. Now, if the exit poll results hold true, the predictions hold true, then it seems that the farm laws would have had very limited impact on the results in UP, or at least on the voter psyche and how he or she went out to vote. So to that extent, I think the importance that was given, the electoral implications of farm laws and the protest against farm laws is not going to really play out in the manner it was expected. Now, it's going to be interesting to see if the BJP wins big in Punjab, big in UP, and manages to hold on to Uttarakhand, whether the farm laws is going to come back in some form through a consultative process or a more politically acceptable process, because this is something that the government had built while bringing in the farm laws as one of the biggest reforms to have ever undertaken in India, in independent India. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see what happens to a set of reforms. If the government actually decides that, having one UP, they can now go ahead and bite the bullet and again reintroduce it in some form, will it again going to trigger protests? Were the protest actually, protest took place for some kind of a political, political result in mind? All those things will now will probably play out. And please bear in mind, after Holi, the Parliament is going to again assume and reconvene for the next session or the next part of the budget session. So all of this is going to have a serious, some kind of action you can expect there. But the important thing is that the Prime Minister is set to announce a massive rally in Gujarat tomorrow. And if the BJP wins big, he's also going to sound the poll bugle for Gujarat itself. And Gujarat goes to poll later this year, around December. And please remember that BJP is defending Gujarat, has been in power for almost 2.5 decades now. Continuously has been in power. The Congress last time actually ran the BJP very close when the BJP won 99 seats, but it was a very, very close contest. This time, the organizational rank and file of Congress doesn't seem to be as excited as it was last time, or as motivated. And if the Prime Minister goes and sounds the poll bugle, as Amitabh said, the BJP plans for 25 years, where other parties plan for 5 years, that actually this demonstrates the government's or the BJP's intent to walk the talk on winning elections after elections through a very, very sound and powerful election machinery. And that is something that the opposition parties, if they want to run, if they're serious about running the BJP close, have to draw something from the BJP's election playbook. Unless they do that, it looks very unlikely at this point in time that the opposition stands too much of a chance in Gujarat.
Amitabh, Gaurav was talking about the farm laws that could actually have had the potential to go against the incumbent government. But there was also the recent, the whole incident with the hijab controversy. So lots that could go wrong has gone wrong. But what has really worked in favor of BJP, which looks like the clear winner in UP right now, according to exit polls, according to people on the street?
There are many factors which have gone in its favor. One of the key elements is that they have devised a COVID strategy after the pandemic has hit the world. So what I call is a communication, visibility, and delivery. They have separate set of targeting messaging for different voting blocks. So for the women voter, they have the improved law and order situation. For the farmers, they have the repeal of the farm laws and the Kisan Nidhi Yojana. For the poor, they have the PM Awas Yojana and the free ration distribution, which they claim has been given to around 15 crore people. For Hindutva loving people, they have the message that they are the ones who have fulfilled the promise of construction of the Ram temple. So they have different messages for different cohorts of voters, which is absent in any other party, number one. Number two, they also realize the challenge. They are not fairly overconfident in that way. So they realize that in this election, Samajwadi Party is going to give them a tough fight. And they will need to increase their vote share because there might be some dent in their vote share. So they have gone ahead and moved the non-Jatavs and the Jatavs from the BSP. They've also made phase-wise strategy. So if you see phase 1 and 2, as you mentioned, the hijab controversy, phase 1 and 2 was centered around counter-consolidation against the consolidation of JAM, which is Jat, Ahir, and Muslims. Phase 3, they moved to Labharti politics. Phase 4, they moved to nationalism. Phase 5, Ram Mandir, Hindutva. Phase 6 and 7, improved law and order, and claiming that Modi is the tallest OBC leader because phase 6 and 7 was the Mandal 2 onslaught they had to face from the caste-based alliances of the Samajwadi Party. So there were fairly different strategies for different phases and targeted messaging for different categories of voters. And the MY coin is a new term which they coined, which is the Modi Yogi Jodi against the MY of Samajwadi Party, which also seems to have worked effectively.
Okay. We have more updates on the numbers. I hope all of viewers are following it up on the bottom of our screens as well. It's looking like neck and neck right now for BJP and SP in Uttar Pradesh. 41 out of 403 numbers is what we have right now. Congress and AAP are neck and neck in Punjab. Let's see how the day pans out. We've just started out on the counting, but I want to circle back to the markets once again. Santosh, poll result days are usually quite volatile. I mean, if you look at the, back in 2007, 2012 state elections, Nifty saw an intraday move of more than 2 to 3%. Something, I mean, of course, we are sitting in a very different scenario right now, given the macros, given the global scenario.
Right.
What do you expect today? What will happen when the market opens?
So if the verdict is not very much in favor of BJP, probably we could see a lot of volatility. But this also then has to be seen in the context of how the market has been doing over the last few days. So over the last week, you saw a very steep fall and a pullback in the last couple of sessions, which more has to do with some kind of short covering of positions more than any conviction based buying. So let's say even if the BJP comes with a good majority, with a clear margin, that still won't enthuse the market much. Right now, everyone is just focused on the price. They're looking stocks in terms of the price, not so much in terms of other factors. So they're seeing that, okay, this was 100 rupees, let's say 3 months back. Now we're getting it for about 40. So it's a good buy. Let's just go for it. So there may be some short-term opportunities for the traders, but you may continue to see the market moving in a narrow range, which is what we are seeing with major global indices as well at this point. There is no conviction buying really coming in. So even assuming, let's say, the BJP scores big in UP, the effect may be very short-lived. You could see a lot of volatility, but the market again will very quickly focus back onto other factors, which is mainly liquidity flows, inflation, crude oil prices. So this will be the deciding factors. But yes, it's going to be a very volatile market for the next few days.
Well, but what is the trend in terms of flows? You just talked about FII outflows worth $1 billion. By when do we see some kind of a revival there? Because the selling has been relentless for a fair amount of time now. So what is it that will finally, perhaps trigger some kind of a revival or some kind of an inflow that's coming back meaningfully?
So global liquidity flows, I think it's that situation where you see fear begets fear. So, when money is going out, automatically stock prices are falling. A lot of money came through exchange traded funds, which are quite volatile flows. So when the market is rising, more people put money there. And when the market is falling, you see more people pulling out.
Yeah.
So it's mostly a lot of selling which is coming through exchange traded flows, which is now causing a lot of the damage. If you look domestically, we've been seeing that inflows into mutual funds have been fairly steady. Even in February, you saw about 19,000 crore worth of inflows into equity mutual funds. SIP flows have been very steady, little over 11,000 every month. But this still cannot kind of absorb the kind of FI selling that you are seeing right now. So to the question by when we would see it, well, nothing goes on forever. At some point, there is at some price point, people feel that there is nothing to be gained by selling at this point. That is when. But when will that price point come? At this at this point, it's very hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, given the uncertain situations playing out. But, to quote Mark Faber from a news report, he says that if the conflict dissolved tomorrow, I will buy Indian stocks and not American stocks. And even we had an exclusive network, CNBC TV 18 exclusive with Ramdev Agarwal, where he said that, when FIs decide to come back, it's not going to be easy for them. So which side are you on? Do you think FII selling will come back with a bang, or will there be some kind of calibrated and some kind of resistance there?
Well, again, if there is a recovery in prices, again, you see the whole thing reversing. The moment prices stabilize and start moving up, then, the same money which is going out at least the short-term flows tend to come back very quickly. But the big question here is, will you see conviction-based buying? I think most people would wait for the quarterly earnings now, at least this quarter's earnings, to see what kind of impact these recent developments are going to have on the earnings. As I said, right now people are just focused on price. So that focus could change back to earnings, valuations. So it's going to be a little longer term effect there. So clearly India is much better placed compared to some of the other markets at this point in time. But I think people would like to wait and watch before they start putting money back in a big way, because confidence has been shattered because of the big fall. A lot of people have lost money. A lot of the first time investors who have come into the market have lost heavily. So it won't be very easy, and even those who were waiting to put money, waiting on the sidelines to put money, they have also seen how dramatically prices can fall. So they would also be a little cautious. Although the memory is still fresh, in 2020 March you saw prices just collapsing and then quickly bouncing back. So that's what is still fresh in the minds of people. But this time again, it's not necessary that events play out exactly like the last time, because there is concern. Most of the earnings recovery which had to come, a fair bit of that has already come in, right? So expectation in terms of very high earnings jump, that is clearly not there at this point. So I think overall you may see a brief bounce, but markets most likely could remain in a narrow range till this uncertainty, till this geopolitical concerns and concerns over crude and inflation ease a little bit.
Well, lots to watch out for, whether the magic of 2020 that happened after the massive market sellout will once again play out or not. The incumbents will come back or not. So lots to watch out for, from a market standpoint, from a political standpoint. We'll keep the coverage going all day. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me right now. We'll touch base once again at 11 a.m. Do remember, guys, do not go anywhere. We'll showcase the dashboard for elections all day today on Money Control website as well as our YouTube pages. We'll be back at 11 a.m. for further analysis when there's further clarity on the numbers as well, and we'll see how the markets are playing out. So stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, we'll keep getting you the numbers on your screens on Money Control's YouTube page. Thank you for tuning in. Karunya Rao. With me is Santosh Nair. We'll also be joined by Ajay Srivastava of Dimension Consulting, Amitabh Tiwari, who's a political commentator, senior journalist Smita Gupta, and our very own colleague Gulam, Jeelani. Hi guys, and thanks for joining in. I'd like to first start with the big trend. I mean, it looks like a sweeping victory for BJP in not just UP, but Goa, Uttarakhand as well. Manipur trends are also looking pretty strong for BJP. Smita, I'd like to come to you for a first cut reaction. I mean, largely on the expected lines, or is BJP getting a better than expected victory?
Well, I think it's holding true to the exit polls, the results. I would say the two biggest takeaways from the results as they are emerging. Number one, let's go to UP. It's very clear that if indeed the BJP gets the kind of result that is showing up right now, it will be a historic win, because this will be the first time perhaps since Govind Pallab Pant that a chief minister has re-won an election. So that's a major step. But when we come to analyze the results, then it throws up a different dimension, which is that despite the fact that there was so much, this comes after 2 years of a pandemic in which there were, a huge number of deaths, in which the medical facilities were not proper, in which unemployment, a state in which unemployment is at a record high, despite the fact that prices have gone up astronomically, still people have chosen to vote for the incumbent government. So clearly, even during my travels, it is true that people talked about all these issues. They talked about unemployment. They talked about the stray cattle issue, which is huge, destroying standing crops. They talked about high prices. They talked about, the misery in their lives. And yet they have chosen to vote for BJP. So clearly, the reason why they voted is twofold. One, obviously, the alternative presented by the opposition was not good enough. And the second is that, which is something much more important, that the BJP has been able to create a kind of has polarized society to the extent it has been able to communalize society so much so, and create its own brand of nationalism to which people subscribe. It's created a different kind of country. Secondly, if you look at the numbers as they are emerging, this was clearly a bipolar election, because you can see that the BSP and the Congress are absolutely on the margins. And the Samajwadi Party-led coalition has actually done extremely well. But just to give you a couple of figures, in 2012, when the Samajwadi Party won the election, came to power, they had secured 29.15%. In 2017, that came down to 21.8. Right. This time it's up to 38, as it's showing right now. It's gone up to 38, which means it's gone up 7-8% beyond what they got when they won. So in a bipolar election, you have to, even though many people reported there was a surge in favor of the Samajwadi Party in eastern UP, yet we are seeing, which is true, but in a bipolar situation, you have to, the number of, the percentage of votes that you have to get is very much higher.
Right.
So you're reaching a bipolar situation. Does this mean that the BSP is now history? I mean, it's too early to say that, but that is one of the trends emerging. One will have to take a closer look once all the results are out. As far as the Congress is concerned, I would say that, having a smart idea on the eve of an election is not really going to help you. You have to work for 5 years. And just give me 1 minute more. The other important trend in this election is the Punjab result, which where the Aam Aadmi Party is seeming to be heading for a spectacular win. Here, the reason for its win is clearly a disillusionment, a disaffection with establishment political parties. It also spells a big danger to the Congress party, because the Congress party, if you look at the way the results are coming, it's in free fall. I mean, from a political party that was ruling the state, it is now in absolute free fall, and the Aam Aadmi Party is actually occupying that space. But it also means that if we have general elections in a couple of years, and the opposition will have to think of, getting together a platform of opposition parties. Arvind Kejriwal of the Aam Aadmi Party now becomes a contender for that spot.
Right. Thanks for putting things in perspective, Smita. But I'd like to also get in the market perspective, because markets seem to be very, very enthused right now. And Ajay Srivastava is with us. Ajay, what would you make of the recovery that we've seen over the last couple of sessions in the market? Is it a pullback from a bearish sentiment, or is it something that we can sustain from here on?
Okay, Karuna, first thing, of course, it's a pullback from it's a pure relief rally at this point of time, because market was oversold, and to the extent, and then you see in the US market turned around yesterday so beautifully. 4.5% is very rarely seen in the US market. So therefore, one believes that the FI selling pressure, which has been relentless, would go down. And that gives a lot of relief to the big FI segments, like the banking segment particularly, because that's more the brunt of FI selling. Having said that, like always happens, we overshoot on the side of exuberance. We actually fear ourselves to the side of go down and say everything is negative. So market was clearly oversold to a large extent. Domestic liquidity is still running very strong for investment, and therefore the risk return matrix has been favoring for the last 72 hours people who are putting into positions in the market. Whether the rally continues and henceforth, I do not know the answer, to the extent that first let us understand where the oil price increase will come domestically. Will it be passed on totally? Because that will be a strongly, in our belief, negative to the consumption and to the market. Or if the oil price increase, as the minister said, will be moderated in national interest, doomsday for BPCL privatization, but maybe a lot of relief for millions and billions of people on the ground, that if some of the increase can be kept at the level of the government, that should be a great boost to the consumption. The AAP story in Punjab tells us that that possibly would be the way the government is going to think. So I think stock market has reasons to believe that oil price moderation increases in the market is going to be the order of the day, and therefore a positive to a large extent. So in an oversold market, I think if you're buying safety, you're not buying exuberance. That's the best part. So I think rally has little more legs to go. But again, it depends upon what the government stance is on the oil prices and where the RBI stands on interest rates. Because if both are, take the interest rate higher, take the oil prices, pass it on 15 rupees, that could spell the rally could stop immediately. But if there is difference, moderation on that, I think we could see some more legs of the much sold out sectors like banking.
So when you say risk returns and, buying quality, where do you think, lies the potential for this in the current market?
See, there are three buckets. One is commodity, where either you are there, if you're there, you need to hold on. Because a rupee dollar, wherever it is going to be great cash flows for all the commodity companies. So you don't need to sell off. There will be a correction like a market like today, but it's a great place to be. The second big block is the dollar earners, which is the cotton yarn industry, the commodities industry, the sugar industry, the tea industry. They will be great gainers because after a long time, rupee has depreciated significantly. Therefore, we have been running around 74 and odd, but now we have taken covers for companies at even 80 rupees. A forward cover 1 year actually came to 80 rupees. That's a big boost for exporters in the market. So cotton yarn companies, commodity like tea companies, sugar companies, which have two benefits: export of sugar and ethanol prices. If oil prices are at 120, they can obviously get a better price for ethanol from the oil marketing companies. So I think the exporting block of companies, including some engineering companies, should be a great booster at this point of time. And last of all, the whole segment called the opening of the economy, You know, whether we talk multiplex, whether we talk of fashion wear companies, retailing companies, liquor companies, all the sectors which are going to gain by the opening up of the economy, I think are in for a re-rating. They are pretty low at this point of time. Most of the sectors, maybe not like multiplex, they're pretty reasonably high, but other sectors are low. So opening up sector would be the next best bet for Indian market. And with rupee dollar, it opens up a new vista for pharma companies because their export becomes pretty good. And pharma has been the worst performer in 2 years. So you can't go lower than this. So look at pharma, tea, sugar, other commodity exports, and I think you look at commodity itself, I think you got a good bunch. And last, banking oversold to a margin of unamazingly over, number that if you think about. So you could be very, very safe with the banking sector, but the larger of the banks, not the smaller banks, because that's not the place to be.
Okay. Santosh, we were just talking about how a lot of these highly priced companies are now available at cheap prices, and oversold is being the operative word here, and people are thinking, okay, this basket or this stock is oversold, let me just try and dip in at these levels. Do you think that's a good idea?
Well, optically, a lot of stocks do now look cheap the way they have fallen over the last 1 week. But if somebody is looking to, further buy into those so-called low price stocks, I would say, you need to see it in the context of its earnings. In some cases, the stock prices may have fallen because market believes that now going forward the earnings are going to be hit, depending on whether it may hurt from higher commodity prices or gain from it, whatever be the case. So when one is buying those so-called low price stocks, they have to be very careful as to what exactly they are buying. Because prices have fallen, it may not really make sense to buy them. They need to look at the earnings perspective of it. A lot of people may be also in some way compelled to buy it because having bought a lot of it at higher levels, they feel that might as well average it and bring that, but that may not be a very good strategy. So the temptation is very high clearly at this point. People, those with spare money may want to put in money, but I think they need to be careful. They need to be particular about what they are buying. And also, as Ajay made a point just a short while back, you need to be careful about whether you're actually buying value or you're just buying exuberance. So that is something that investors need to keep in mind. Be careful and selective about what you buy. Even if you're buying fewer stocks instead of just everything across the board, just focus on what is likely to give a.
How to differentiate these FOMO buys and actual quality buys? What is the thin line? Because a lot of retail investors often just jump the bandwagon because everybody else is talking about something on social media or reports, etc.
Exactly. I think when you're buying something just because your neighbor has bought it, I would call it FOMO buying. You've not even looked what the company is into, what the numbers are, what it actually does. That is clearly FOMO buying. Valuation is when you know what the company is doing, how the earnings trajectory has been over the last few years. What are the chances that the company will be able to maintain this rate of earnings growth. That is when you're actually looking at the value aspect of it. So the distinction is very clear. If you're buying what your neighbor has bought, then that is FOMO.
Absolutely. Ajay, coming back to you, typically, UP elections are seen as a precursor or as a semi-finals to what happens in the general elections 2024. Now, all eyes will be on that. What happens, to stocks that are from the public sector space, PSE space or PSBs? I know you're not very upbeat about public sector banks. We've already had that conversation in the past. But would you like to share your view on the PSU basket as well?
I think PSU basket, Karuna, one basket which will do very well, I think would be the defense basket, because government will have to buy, I think, a lot of stuff from them at this point of time. And given the global dynamics, that segment, 2 or 3 companies in the market should do reasonably well in the context of what's happening everywhere. Rest of the companies, I think, will underperform. And as we discussed just now, look at the oil marketing companies. Now, what do you do with them at the end of the day? Because you do not know whether the cost is passed through, what burden they will take, what will be passed on, what will government do. They're no more a company. They're like government department at the end of the day. They're like railways at the end of the day. Because one doesn't know. They may look very good dividends. Commodity ones will look good for dividend play. I think if you look at coal or NALCO and for disclosure, we have holding in those companies. I think they will play a good role for people who are looking for very good dividend yields. because they will spew out cash to the government in the next 2 years, whatever they make, and borrow, they will give dividends, because privatization is not going to happen now in this context. Oil company, BPCL, I don't even know how a person is going to buy the company at the end of the day. So I think we need to be very careful that PSU companies as a basket have underperformed, will underperform, and heading into the elections, expecting significant privatization is the wrong word. Sale of companies, the right word, like Air India, I can't even visualize that to happen. So I think barring commodities and defense PSU, I would be really not able to. And as I think is saying, Mr. Nair was saying that, where do you find value? You don't find value in companies where you can't even predict the cash flows at the end of the day. So I think I would stay away. Defense, yes. Commodity, yes. But everything else, the basket, I would totally stay away from PSU stock. This is, if private sector is finding hard to give you even 5% growth rate in most, let's say, banking that you spoke about, how do you expect the nationalized banks to do anything at all? And in the context of mudra loans and more loans, etc., we're going to come around. So I think there is so much of to buy in this country. Why would you want to buy the highest risk asset? I do not know that.
And how do you think the LIC IPO is placed right now? I mean, amid all of the things that are playing out in the market.
Now, that is what I call a mix of nationalism versus loyalty to the country versus economics. As I've always said, I will buy the LIC share, not for the reason of economics, not for the reason of making money, but I think as a citizen of this country, we need to support that privatization. Beyond that, is there a reason for you to buy an insurance company? I would doubt very much. You've seen what's happened, and not because LIC alone, you've seen what's happened to ICICI Pru, you've seen what's happened to HDFC insurance companies. Remember this, their partners have already sold their investment in this shares. Look at both the companies. Their partners who started it have basically sold all their investment at this point of time. They have nothing left, 5% left in the company. So if they have left, they know something better, and the share price has not performed. I doubt LIC will be a great performer. But as an Indian, I think we need to support the government. We should buy the share, whatever little quota we have. It's not always about money. Sometimes let's also a little bit investment for the sake of the country.
Rightly said on a day like this. Santosh, you want to weigh in on LIC IPO, how the sentiment now could shape up after the recovery that we've seen? Because up until last week, everybody was nervous that, there couldn't have been a worse timing.
Well, I'm not sure if the government may still want to go ahead with this at this point, because it is fairly a volatile market. You're going to see some very sharp jumps and drops depending on which way commodity prices move, or what the geopolitical factors are. So when you're going with a big IPO like this, very clearly you need a stable market or an upbeat market. If not an upbeat market, definitely a stable market. That being the case, I doubt if LIC will find a lot of takers in this kind of a market, where the mantra clearly seems to be safety first. If the government
if the tagline is about supporting your country, then you never know.
We need a lot more people to follow that line of thinking. But from the government's perspective, maybe if it wants to push through, it may still be able to, but then the pricing has to be very reasonable, very attractive, in which case then the government doesn't make as much money as it ideally would have loved to. So I think it makes sense for the government to wait for the markets to stabilize a bit. It's a good issue. Clearly there will be takers, but then you need stable markets for that.
Right. Let me circle back, to what's happening on the verdict for 5 states election. Jeelani is with us. Jeelani, what is it that, you're picking up from the various sources and the various people you've interacted with? Largely, it's been an inline set of result. But yes, of course, AAP sweeping in Punjab is clearly, establishing the party as a nationwide party now.
If you talk of of BJP is in fact right now, as the trends are coming in, we see BJP is taking away 4 out of 5 seats, right? So it is winning 4 seats. So an aspect in the exit poll was that most of the exit polls had predicted a hung assembly in Goa, which is apparently not happening. So for BJP, for BJP, since, as I said, UP is the biggest prize. So and this is, as one of the co-panelists rightly said, this is for the first time in recent history that a CM of a party who has completed 5 years is coming back to power for the second consecutive terms. So there is one important aspect in BJP's win in UP, which I got to know after interacting with people. So that is, you saw throughout the campaign, BJP has been seeking votes on its double engine Sarkar page. So to elaborate on it further, double engine, by double engine, it means BJP is at the center and BJP in the state. So we saw, if you talk to people in UP, there are three aspects of why BJP is winning. One is the delivery of welfare schemes of Narendra Modi government, which is by the state government, obviously. But there are welfare schemes by the Narendra Modi government. For example, there is direct benefit transfer scheme. You know, if you ask any a rural voter of UP, he will say, I'm getting money directly in my account. What else do I need? It's a big deal for them. It may not be a big deal for urban centers. So there is this Ujjwala scheme, which has revolutionized the LPG distribution across country and particularly in UP. In fact, the Ujjwala scheme 2.0 was launched by Prime Minister Narendra Modi from Mahoba district in Bundelkhand, which is one of the backward areas of the country. And these two aspects, and another aspect is another aspect is the law and order. So there is a perception that law and order has improved in UP. So welfare schemes coupled by law and order, and all, these two aspects, the biggest beneficiary of these two aspects are the women voters. Looking at the trends and the exit polls, if you look at the vote share difference of male voters and female voters, like for male voters, it's just 4% difference, which is to say, if 40% of male voters have voted for BJP, 36% have voted for SP. But if you look at female voters, the difference is much bigger. Like it is 44% females have voted for BJP and only 34% have voted for SP. So females have been the biggest beneficiaries of this scheme. So the delivery of these, welfare schemes of Modi is one important aspect. And as the panelists rightly said, if you are in opposition, you have to be visible on the ground. Government was visible on the ground, no doubt, even if it was not performed. But you have to be, as an opposition, be there. You were not there. You came there in the last leg. So obviously, people will not judge you in the last few months. Now, you mentioned Punjab. Punjab, if you look at the historical verdicts in Punjab, Punjab has always chosen a different party. If you look at, in 2017, they unseated Akali BJP government and the Congress came in power. Before that also. But this time it was different because AAP as a party has been, gaining momentum, has been gaining its ground since 2014. If you remember correctly, 2014 was a Modi wave, first Modi wave. But AAP won 4 seats in Lok Sabha seats from Punjab, which was a big deal. In 2017, again, AAP was debuting in the assembly elections and it won 20 seats. It emerged as a principal opposition party. Right now, and when I have not traveled in Punjab in 2022, but I traveled in 2017. I saw people talking about that parivartan. हमको रिवायती पार्टियों के साथ नहीं जाना है. So Punjab is known for choosing alternatives. So AAP has emerged as an alternative for Punjab, and it has been, as I said, it has been gaining ground for many years. And we saw what happened to Congress. Congress was ruling Punjab, but we saw what happened in last 3-4 months. We have a Congress state president. I was listening to somebody who called Sidhu a political equivalent of human bomb. It looks strange, but your Congress party state president is not going well with your chief ministerial candidate. You have just removed your chief minister who has won you 2-3 elections in the past. You have removed it 3 months ago. So this is obviously not going well, going to go well with the voters. And one last thing about which many people talked about, this Dalit card of Punjab. Congress chose a Dalit CM candidate. Dalit CM then projected him as a CM candidate just 3 months before the election. You see, if you look at Dalit politics in UP and in Punjab, even Mayawati had started, BSP started from Punjab, because we know Mayawati's mentor Kashi Ram started Dalit politics in Punjab, but Punjab has never gone that way. It has always chosen an alternative. So that is for now.
Okay. Amitabh, what do you have to say? I mean, in fact, what does this entire verdict say about Congress's presence nationwide and, of course, AAP's decisive victory in Punjab?
First of all, I think if BJP is retaining 4 out of 5 states, we are entering into a pro-incumbency period. 2014 to 19 was an anti-incumbency period. Most state governments thrown out. 2019, post 2019, we are saying most governments are getting back or being elected. If we talk about Congress, now if AAP is winning winning Punjab, with such a big margin, AAP becomes the only regional party to have a state government in 2 states, which means now that AAP is going to become a challenger to BJP in the near future and will try to take the space of Congress. Priyanka Gandhi has done almost 200 odd rallies in UP, but I think the party's vote share there has halved. So I think the party now needs to redraw its strategy. It needs to have a serious thinking on how it goes about contesting elections, devising policies, because what is happening in Congress is that non-performance is getting rewarded. Even after 7 years of losing elections day in and day out, party remains in the hands of people who have not performed. If it was a corporate, we all know what would have happened. Many people would have to be fired. So Congress now needs to perhaps redraw the strategy and think about how to fight election with a monolith as big as BJP. And here comes the diagnosis. Because whenever anybody goes to a hospital, diagnosis is the key. Without that, medicines do not start. The medication does not start. So, like Smita ji is saying, BJP perhaps is winning due to communalization and Hindutva. That is the wrong diagnosis. If that is the diagnosis, opposition parties will make out of it, they will continue to lose. Because it is not a victory of Hindutva. It is not a victory of communalization or polarization. It is a victory of welfare politics. BJP has moved from Hindutva to social engineering to welfarism. And parties will need to catch up because in 2024, it will fight on something else. Issues always remain. Issues hamesha rehte hain. Unemployment, price rise 1950 to 2022. In every election, unemployment and price rise is an issue. But voters see who is capable of solving the issues, who is in a better position to take the country or the state to the next level. And there is where the voters found a big trust deficit with the leadership of Samajwadi Party or other opposition parties.
Smita, just before we let you go, what is your view on Goa? How are things likely to play out there?
Well, I don't know what the most recent figures are, but when I joined you, I think the BJP was leading, if I'm not wrong. So if the BJP gets a clear majority, then of course there's no question the BJP will form a government. But if the final numbers are uncertain, then both sides will look for allies. The Congress, as we know, Mr. P. Chidambaram and Mr. D.K. Shivkumar have been camping there for the last few days and have been in touch with political parties like the TMC, the AAP. But I don't think the AAP has actually got any seats. I'm not sure. So, and similarly, the BJP would also have to,
Right.
But I sense that the BJP is leading, if getting a clear majority. So if they get a clear majority, then there's no problem.
Just request you to hold on there for a minute. We are getting a bite from Mr. Sisodia of Aam Aadmi Party. Let's listen into that as well.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की राजनीति, केजरीवाल मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस को एक मौका दिया है पंजाब के लोगों ने, और आज पूरे देश में ये एस्टेब्लिश हो गया है कि गरीब आदमी के लिए, अपने बच्चों को पढ़ाने के लिए, नौकरी के लिए, भ्रष्टाचार झेल रहे लोगों के लिए, सबके लिए केजरीवाल जी का जो मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस है वो एक उम्मीद है। लोग ये देख रहे हैं कि केजरीवाल जी होंगे तो ईमानदारी से व्यापार किया जा सकता है। गरीब आदमी ये सोचता है केजरीवाल जी होंगे तो ईमानदारी से सरकार की सेवाएं ली जा सकती हैं, अपने बच्चों को पढ़ाया जा सकता है, इलाज मिल सकता है। तो हर तरफ आज राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर ये बात स्थापित हुई है कि केजरीवाल जी की राजनीति, केजरीवाल जी के सरकार का चलाने का तरीका, जिसको हम केजरीवाल मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस कह रहे हैं, इसको एक राष्ट्रीय पहचान मिली है।
Okay, let me circle back to the market chat as well. Ajay and Santosh both are here with us. Ajay, one of our guests, Mr. Amitabh, was talking about price rise. And of course, we're witnessing inflation across the board when it comes to India Inc. as well. Different companies are getting impacted. And in the near to medium term as well, they expect the pain to continue. So how does that now likely to reflect on the performance, on the numbers, and subsequently then on the valuations?
See, it's very simple that in companies, inflation is here to stay, is going to get much worse because we have got the benefit of last 15 days of no price increase of oil. Now we're coming into to catch up with those price increases of oil, whatever the quantum is. So, and the commodity increases at the end of the day. So I think industries like people like cement are going to face really the wrath of the market because whether it's coal prices, whether it's power, electricity, transport, they will get hurt the most at this point of time. So wherever the industries are not able to pass the cost increases, and I can see very clearly cement being one of the larger ones, which will not be able to pass the cost increases, you will see earnings contraction taking place. The second big segment is going to be the consumer sector, which people come Nestle's and the Daburs, etc., which are already priced in spite of the correction, priced astronomically high, P's of 70 and above or 50 and above. They will face the brunt of it because for them, cost plus is going to be very difficult. They have raised the prices. Let's see what impact on volume. So I think that consumer segment will again be hit the most. But as we always say, winners and losers. So cement should be a loser. Consumer sector should be a big loser. And I would even think that auto ancillaries in India domestically will be a losers because they can't pass cost increases to the manufacturers. So that segment will lose out quite substantially. And that includes also EPC companies, infrastructure companies, because they are sitting on 3-year, 5-year contracts. I do not know how many had factored in these kind of steel prices or commodity prices in them. So that segment is a loser in the market. Commodity exporters, I think those segments will win in this market. And in a segment underlying them is the financial sector. So very clearly, you got to figure it out. I think what Santoshji said very clearly, can this company pass on the cost to consumer and still retain the volume? If the answer is cross, then I think you need to be out of the company, not even there to expect a revival, because it's going to get really ugly and worse. And we are going into a lean demand season. It's not the peak demand season. The next 3 months are the lean demand season. And that's going to give us a really bad financial metrics coming out of the result for the next 2 quarters. So I think all these sectors, I would say it's a sell more than even retain to see some revival.
Do you agree, Santosh?
Broad bulk of what he said is quite right. In fact, there will clearly be winners and losers at this point in time. But even within the sectors where, let's say, on the face of it are likely to face be hit because of inflation and other things, you'll still have good companies which are doing better than the rest. So rather than completely taking a sector specific approach, I think you should, this is the time when you really narrow down, zero down on the stocks that one should be focused on. And I think at this point, a purely stock focused approach rather than a broader sector focused approach would be the right thing.
Okay. And Ajay, of course, you've already mentioned that you like banks right now, and you're also liking some of the reopening trades, but you've not mentioned themes like hotels, like travel and tourism, aviation perhaps. So are they a no-go right now?
Yeah, it hasn't made money for 25 years of my investing life. Okay, they may make money for the next 6 months perhaps, but I do not know ever hotel made money for anybody, not only India, globally. Same is true of airlines. Short period airlines do make money. Indigo makes a little bit of money, then it lost money in India. So in context of, as I say, we have limited capital. How do I allocate? Hotel is a sector, never made money, the most capital intensive sector ever in the industry by and large. The returns are pathetic. You put a 500 crore hotel, your sale is 100 crores. Now that's not a good idea, right? So I think that's why I've not put hotels there, not put airlines there, because airlines, how much can they pass the cost increases? And look at the Indian skies. You got Air India, Akasa, Jet Airways, Indigo, SpiceJet. Man, it's going to be I don't know, they will have a traffic jam on the skies very soon in India. So I doubt if you have traffic jam at the skies, can the airline ever make money? Maybe an Indigo could be an outlier, but how far it remains an outlier, we have to see that. So my question is, why go into the segments where you see increased competition? Asset intensity is so high in a capital scarce economy, so many more things to buy. And as I said, one last segment which I said was, the dog may give a good return is the pharma. It has faced the brunt of the selling. is at the lowest point. Some companies at a P of 3 and 4 in pharma. It's incredible actually what's happening there. So I think great value to be taken there. And these are companies with 50 to 60% exports. So rupee dollar could be in the favor of them. So I would think that so much is available. Why go and risk in a hotel? I'd rather just stay in them than buy the stock.
So in a nutshell, for retail investors who are entering the markets, who entered the markets in the last few months, perhaps expecting the same kind of exuberance that we saw after March 2020 sell-off, what is your one word of advice to them?
I think one word advice is that always keep cash in hand because market opportunities will come. I.e. never become a 100% invested stock. And if you are reaching 100% invested, then please find a stock to sell in your portfolio because at all points of time, 15 to 20% cash should be the maximum for every retail person. And market can turn on a dime. At the end of the day, tomorrow, let's assume for a minute that the Ukraine problem gets resolved. People think it's not going to get resolved, but if it gets resolved, you would find the market can turn on a dime at the end of the day. But I would say keeping cash 20% or 25% cash in hand is the best thing to do for any retail investor, because then if you don't have that money, you really miss the opportunities that come your way. And there's always a candidate for sale in your portfolio. Never believe that everything should be kept in the portfolio.
You want to add something to that?
Yes, and if you're a retail investor wanting to enter through the mutual fund route, then probably I would say that this might be a good time to keep a few small cap and mid cap funds on your radar, because typically what happens is when the market corrects sharply, it is these schemes which see the sharpest fall in net asset value. But also when the market rallies, these are typically the schemes that do very well. The cycles are pretty short. Like in 2018, you had seen a lot of money going into mutual funds. Just immediately, 2016, sorry, just after demonetization was announced, you saw big performance in many of the small and mid cap stocks, but they also fell equally sharply after 2018. So it depends on when you were able to get into them also. So I would say that if you're looking to build a long-term portfolio, keep some of the mid cap and small cap funds in your radar, and there could be good opportunities in the days to come.
Well, that's a very useful tip. All right, Jeelani, final, concluding statement from you as well. I mean, the results seem to be largely clear by now, but anything on the policy front that, that people should be expecting, because now that UP has will be witnessing the incumbent government come back once again, Modi and Yogi have, swept off a majority of votes. What should we expect on the policy front?
I think, see, these elections, the trends that we are right now seeing, almost it's a clear picture that 4 states are going back to BJP. As Mr. Amitabh rightly said, there is no anti-incumbency that has been reflected. Even if you have issues like, inflation, you have issues like, COVID management in UP, people were concerned about those issues. People were talking about these issues. But the fact remains that these issues couldn't translate into voting choices, right? So that means people have voted for BJP because they expect the same kind of policies that they continued in last terms. In fact, BJP was ruling 4 out of 5 states. So it is coming back in all these 4 states. So expectations will be more on BJP, and people will be expecting a better delivery of mostly the central welfare schemes. Like, as I said earlier, Ujjwala scheme is there, direct benefit transfer is there. There are other things that that the party has, promised. But for example, if you go to Punjab, in Punjab, the Aam Aadmi Party, as they do in Delhi, they had promised free electricity up to a certain, up to 300 units, I believe. So if that happens, so it will be good for Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab, because it is the same narrative that they started in Delhi and they came to power again in 2 years ago. So that is how it is. I think it's about time. It remains to be seen how the BJP goes in more states. But as far as AAP in Punjab, I think the Delhi model that they have, which Manish Sisodia was also talking about, building schools, better schools, improving the government schools rather, having free electricity, free water up to a certain count. I think that's going to be seen in future once the government swears in.
All right, you can see celebratory visuals as well on your screens across the different states. There's Aam Aadmi Party and BJP workers and volunteers, they're all over the place celebrating and cheering the victories in different parts of the country. On that note, guys, thank you so much for joining us today for this conversation on markets as well as on policy. We'll keep our coverage going on Money Control. You'll get the tallies constantly on your screen all day today. Thank you so much for tuning in. Keep it with Money Control. guys, welcome to our special coverage on election day. We'll talk markets with Rahul Arora of Nirmal Bank today. Rahul, thank you so much for taking time out. Markets seem to have sort of settled in. All the exuberance seems to have simmered down. We're already 150 points off the day's high. What we saw earlier this morning, was it just a temporary pullback? Is the market still looking at sell-on rallies kind of a mood?
Good afternoon. Thanks so much for having me on. So I think, the excesses were a bit overdone on the way down is my sense. And I think a lot of them were crude driven because crude had hit $130 to the barrel. But I think the fact that you had some positive domestic news flow today, coupled with some ceasefire noises that you got from the European region overnight, has actually soothed global markets. I think crude has cooled off that little bit. And the added push that you got from the domestic news flow in terms of the election results, with the central government securing its position in the largest state in India. My sense is we may have hit a short-term bottom on the low that we saw a couple of days back. So I think somewhere, in that region of around 15,500 could potentially be the low. I think every time you probably get into that zone of 15,500, 16,000, I think it's a great time to be buying. I'm not entirely sure that this is a sell-on rise kind of a market. I think from here, if the direction of crude heads down towards $100 to a barrel, I think there could potentially still be some more legs to this run that we've seen.
Okay. Help us understand what's happening with the financial space. Of course, the fact is that it was one of the worst victims of the recent sell-off that we saw in the markets. But what is it that's, lending or aiding the enthusiasm as far as the banking and financial space is concerned? Why is that, coming back with such a bang?
So as you rightly pointed out, I think, even if you looked at the Nifty in the run up to 18,500, one of the biggest underperformance or the underperforming sectors rather was the bank Nifty and the banks, both private and public sector alike. And I think the kind of valuations that they had come down to, they had corrected both in terms of price as well as in terms of time. Obviously, there was apprehension, at the peak of COVID in terms of asset quality and defaults, even on the retail side, not just on the corporate side, and what stage 2, stage 3 asset quality might be, the kind of provisioning that banks may have to undertake. But I think a lot of those fears were excessive. They were probably overdone. And I think the kind of move you've seen in the bank Nifty over the last couple of days is probably just an acknowledgement of the fact that things were overdone on the way down. I think it's a great time to be going in and buying financials. Even if the stocks keep going up, I think they could be bought at every up move. Such has been the level of underperformance. I mean, you have very high beta names in Axis Bank, IndusInd Bank, just to give you cases in point, ICICI Bank. They're slightly more high beta than your conventional HDFC twins. So obviously on the way up, they're going to outperform. But I think it's a great time to be buying financials because my sense is that credit growth numbers will start getting normalized. Asset quality concerns are receding that little bit. And if the economy is to rebound from here, there's no reason why credit growth can't get back into double-digit growth over the next year or so. So it's an amazing entry point, and I would look to be a buyer in both public and private sector banks, large and mid-cap alike at this point.
Any other pockets of, the market that you like right now after, the prices have come down a fair bit? Anything that catches your eye?
So I think if you were to extend financials, right, I think one of the main sort of pockets of investment, both in terms of actual spending of money and buying stocks, has been insurance. And I think if you talk to anyone who's, gone through this ordeal of COVID and lost a near or dear one, insurance is the first thing that comes to mind. And we have 4 listed life insurance companies. I think you can go in and buy any of them. I think the valuations on ICICI Pru Life, SBI Life Max, compared to the sector leader HDFC Life, are very attractive. I would probably go and be a buyer in most of these names. I think cement companies, the fact that crude and a lot of the other input commodity prices are likely to be high for them over the next 3 to 6 months in terms of the inventory they have to wear out. I think cement has reached a good, attractive price point. You could look at names like Ultratech in the large cap space, Anuvo Vistas, the JK twins in the mid cap space, something like a Birla Corp in the small cap space. So I think cement is another interesting facet. And I think the last piece of the puzzle will probably be this opening up trade, because you've just had Maharashtra that's opened up 100% occupancies for various lines of businesses. So if I look at multiplexes like PVR, Inox, or hotels like Indian Hotels, East India Hotels, I think these also present good value pockets, from a couple of years horizon. So I think beyond just your traditional banks, I think insurance and some of these open up plays could be fairly interesting ideas.
But there's a lot of FOMO buying also happening, because, for instance, a stock that was available at 100 bucks 2 months ago is now available at, say, 50, 60 rupees. It's fairly tempting for a lot of people to go and grab that opportunity, hoping that, once again, the market sell-off is followed by market exuberance, just the same way we saw back in March 2020. But things may not be the same right now, given the way the macros are playing out, the geopolitical scenario and the uncertainties associated with it. So how does one then go looking for value versus cheap prices?
Okay, let me put this in a very simplistic way, right? So if you are buying a stock today at 100 rupees and you believe that that stock is going to, or let's say the value of a stock is 100 rupees and you think that that stock could go to, let's say, 140 rupees. You do not necessarily have to buy the stock at 100. Even if you buy it at 110 or 120, but you have some amount of certainty that the market has bottomed out. Even at 120, I would make 20 rupees. So I think when your viewers are entering into the market or buying stocks, it's not so much about catching the bottom and the top always. I think that's where people make a lot of the mistakes in trying to time the market. I think the fixed deposit rates today, even for senior citizens, at best is about 6.5%. So if I'm going to get a 15-20% return on a stock as well, that's more than 2x the fixed deposit return that I'm going to get, which is something that other asset classes are not going to give me. Real estate is not that liquid. Gold has been sort of okay. So I think you need to be very cognizant of the fact that there is value in the market. You just need to rationalize your expectations. Your point on macros, I think today we are in a far better place than we were 3 weeks back, because crude has, like I said, gone up to about 100, 135. I don't think it's going to make a play towards 150. I think the chances of it coming back to 100 are far more than it probably going to 150. And like I said, I think even domestically, I think policy making will get a bit of a leg up from here on in the backdrop of the election results that we have seen today, with the central government again regaining, like I said, the largest state in India. I think this could put a very big thrust on infrastructure projects, and like we spoke about just a few minutes back, this could be hugely beneficial for road constructors and cement manufacturers and so on and so forth. So I think you need to be very focused about why you're entering this market and what are your expected returns from it. If you're clear about that, like I said when I gave you the analogy a few moments back, I still think there's enough and more money to be made. In fact, let me go on record and say I would not be surprised if the Nifty heads back to 18,000 in the next 2 or 3 months as the macros improve and crude sort of inches back towards $100 or perhaps even lower than that.
But won't there be some more pain, especially when it comes to earnings for Q4 and the first quarter perhaps of the next fiscal, given inflation across the board, various commodities, raw materials, all of the prices have severely and massively spiked?
So I think to a large extent that is in the price, right? Okay. I think the moment crude crossed 100, 110, 120, I think you already saw even at our own brokerage, we revised our earnings estimates for any sector that was sensitive to these rising commodity prices. And accordingly, we have made those adjustments and revised our earnings multiples as well. So to that extent, I think the fact that the Nifty fell from 18.5 to 15.5 was, like I said, it was largely an acknowledgement that commodity prices are going to, go out of whack. And Indian corporates obviously will have a certain amount of inventory, right? Even for my raw material, I would keep 3-4 months of inventory. I do understand that I would have to negotiate at a higher price. But when I negotiate at that higher price, if I'm negotiating when crude is at $100 vis-a-vis $130, I may still be $25 higher than 75, which it was before this crisis started, but it leaves me in a far better position than it was at 130. So what the point I'm trying to make is that the positive effect of this, if any, is that you could potentially get earnings upgrades from here. I think the worst of the downgrade cycle is behind us. And like I said, I make this assertion on the fact that I do believe the chances of crude heading to 100 are higher than it is for crude heading to about 140, 150. So I think a large part of what you suggested has been discounted in the price, and which is why if you look at the stocks that have done well over the last 2 days, a lot of these are stocks that are sensitive to commodities because people believe that the price correction had happened. In some cases, maybe excessive, and it was a good entry point to be buying into them.
If we look at what's happening today, we opened at almost the day's highest point and we sustained at those levels for a few hours. And now, once again, the markets are slowly simmering down. We're already off 150, 160 odd points from the day's high. Is it still, is there still a larger sentiment of sell-on rallies that prevails in the market? Yes, we're very much in the green. I wouldn't discount that. But the exuberance is once again calming down a bit now that all the election poll, verdict is out, and once again the focus will be on the larger issues.
So I think if you look at it, the question to ask is who is selling in this market, right? In this entire huge fall that you had, it's not the domestics. I mean, even if you look at the mutual fund numbers yesterday, they were fairly healthy. I mean, there may be a case-to-case redemption that you're seeing, from period to period, but that's okay. I mean, if people have made profits at a certain period in time, they're going to take withdrawals. But the numbers are still very strong in terms of the systematic investment plan money that you're getting. Now, I remember a couple of days back, FI sold almost $1 billion in cash and domestics picked up about $840 million in cash. So the point is that the domestic investors are now coming of age or have come of age over the last 2 years and are ready to see through this transient pain that you're talking about. Now, the point is FIs, of course, while they may be selling because of redemption pressures and they, India may be a global allocation for them, they may be allocating a certain percentage of their funds here. Let's also not forget that before the war in Ukraine started, the global headline was US central banks raising rates and how far they would raise rates, right? Now, if you look at the amount of global debt that has been pumped into the system over the last 2 years by global central banks, if I'm not mistaken, that number is close to somewhere in the region of $5 trillion or even in excess. And a 1% increase in that, in fact, it might even be closer to $8-9 trillion. And a 1% rise in interest rates on that number is a huge interest cost. So you did see FIs redeeming that in anticipation of the Fed hike. So my point is that if the pace of FI selling goes down, and the pace of DII buying continues, it would only help in pushing the Nifty towards 18,000 is my limited point. It's just simple arithmetic. I'm extremely enthused to see that the DIIs have been buying with the aggression that they have, and they have not been perturbed despite all the concerns that have been thrown at them, whether it's the US Fed, the war in Ukraine, the rising crude prices. You're still seeing very strong buying figures. And that's where a large part of my optimism and conviction rises from the fact that we probably have seen the worst of the market at somewhere around 15,500 on the Nifty.
But, the kind of liquidity that was available, that was flowing into markets is not available or will not be available anymore, given that there will be a rollback of all of these, aid and all of these different freebies that were being given by the governments across the world. So in a situation like that, when liquidity is constrained and when rate hikes are, inevitable, what happens to the trend for FII buying, especially in a market like India? What do you predict?
So I don't think it is that important that FIs turn buyers. I would be okay if the rate of selling also comes down. Like I said, it's a scale. You're balancing two aspects. If the rate of selling comes down, and the pace of domestic buying keeps up, I'm still net positive. I'm okay with that scenario, right? And I mean, since you raised the point of liquidity, let's focus on one part of the market that went ballistic over the last 6-8 months, right? The new age technology and platform companies, right? Take a look at Paytm, Zomato, Nykaa, a lot of these companies, right? Zomato used to be a 200 rupee stock, it dropped all the way down to 75 or thereabouts. Nykaa used to be a 2,400 rupee stock, it dropped down to 1,200. So a lot of those excesses did get cleaned out of the system. And where people see value now is where they will come in and buy. I mean, these companies are going to be around. It's not like Paytm, Zomato, Nykaa are shutting down. But you a shirt or a dress for 2,000 rupees and then says, I'm selling it for 3,000, 4,000. At some point, you're going to say, okay, I'm not buying this, no matter what the brand is. And I think that happened with a lot of these new age companies where a lot of this incremental liquidity went in. I think that having been corrected to a large extent shows you that there is a buyer at every price. So I'm not too concerned even if FIs continue selling. I would just rather appreciate it that pace of selling came down, but DIs continue to be buying with the gusto that they are.
Let's talk about what a retail investors, are likely to do in a market like this, and many of them being new entrants in the last 1 year or last few months, I mean, they may not understand what, the quantum of outflows and inflows that's happening. All they want to know is how can they make more money, because they have seen the markets rally and rally further in the last 1.5 years. So their expectations are very, very different from what is playing out in the markets. So in a market like this, what is a good portfolio to have? What kind of an exposure should a retail investor have across different baskets in the market and outside of equities?
So I think one of the main reasons why the Nifty rallied from 7,500 at the peak of the pandemic to 18,500 recently was because of the retail money that came in. I think we had an unprecedented amount of demat accounts that were open. And I think you've seen this in the results of companies like the Bombay Stock Exchange, CDSL, the kind of gray market premiums you saw for NSE's IPO, for example, which hasn't hit the street yet. But all of this basically went into telling you that a lot of retail money came into the market, and a lot of this probably got diverted away from asset classes like real estate, fixed deposits, gold, and others. I think even today, I think the equity investor or the retail investor is far more sanguine today than they probably were 3 years back. And you can get that through anecdotal evidence when you talk to your own family and friends in terms of the kind of horizons they have, how comfortable they are absorbing price shocks on the way down. In terms of equity allocation, I think obviously, it's the age-old way of how much you need and at what point in time you need and how old you are. Whether you are a single individual, whether you are a married couple, whether you have children, and whether you have elderly dependents on you. But in any which way, I think at any point in time, one third of your assets should be devoted to equities. If you are single with no responsibilities, I think that number could probably inch up closer to 50-60%. But my own sense is that as an asset class, if I look out, if I see India over the next 1 decade as well, I think if I look at all the various, whether you look at gold, silver, real estate, equities, fixed deposits, and otherwise, I think equities is still going to be the asset class to put money in. At the base level of whatever savings if someone would have had, I would say at least 1/3. If your risk-taking ability is a bit on the higher side, I would say why not take it up to 50-60%.
You were talking about how new age tech companies, the recently listed ones, have corrected significantly. I also want you to share your view on IT. That's, in fact, if I look at the market breadth right now, that's the only pack that's in the red. So is there more scope for correction given the run-up that we've seen in IT of late?
So if you look at mid-cap IT, right, and take the last 18 months, I don't think these stocks have gone up in percentages. They've gone up in multiples.
Yeah.
I think if you look at a Persistent Systems or a Mindtree or an LTI or a Happiest Minds, some of these stocks are up 5, 6, 7, 8 times. Theoretically, just for argument's sake, even from their highs, if they fall 100%, people would have probably still made 300-400% kind of returns. And that's just the beauty of how, strong that rally in IT was, that, even if those stocks from their highs fall as dramatically as 100%, you are still in the money. And that's quite remarkable. Now, why this happened, obviously, is because of digital adoption and work from home. And, companies had to reinvent their processes and systems and go out there and perhaps make acquisitions of companies where they didn't have the specialized manpower to do those jobs. But my sense is that I think, at least in large cap companies, the valuations had probably exceeded 1, in some cases, even 2 standard deviation above mean. And obviously TCS is the benchmark, but I would still be a buyer in names like an HCL Tech or a Tech Mahindra, because the valuation gap between the leader and these names is immense. I would be a little circumspect on mid-cap IT for the reason that I gave you, that these stocks have gone up many-fold. So to expect these stocks to continue going up in that linear fashion from here, when the economy is opening up, people are back to work, certain conventional ways of working are coming back, may be a slightly tough call to take. So, so if I am investing in IT, I'd probably stick to large cap IT, and within that, say names like HCL Tech, Tech Mahindra would be my preferences.
But overall, Rahul, where have you gone bottom fishing in the recent market correction? Have you sort of picked out any exciting names?
So, like I said, at our broking house, we're fairly comfortable on the financials. We're fairly comfortable on cement. We're fairly comfortable on some of these opening up themes like hotels and multiplexes. One space that we didn't touch on was quick service restaurants. I think if you look at names like Jubilant Foodworks, which have corrected from 4,500 down to about 2,500, 3,000, great entry point for that stock. Or Westlife Development, which is the McDonald's franchisee in India for the listed North and for the listed West and South. That stock was about 620. It's down to about 450 and change. So that looks like an interesting pocket for me as well. I think so. Between some of these names, you could potentially look at some consumer durables and electrical names as well. I mean, they haven't done too much, right? I think the market's been red hot, and names like a Crompton Consumer or a Whirlpool haven't really participated in this rally. Strong franchises, good cash on the books, good return ratios. I think we could probably go and look at buying some of these names at this point as well. You always remember, you buy good companies in bad times. And I think if you approach the market with that philosophy, very rarely will you lose money over a 3 to 5 year horizon.
What about pharma? I mean, we were earlier chatting with a couple of market watchers as well, and they seem to be quite bullish on pharma because looks like it's already, bottomed out. What is your view?
So obviously pharma was the leader or the biggest outperformer of any, by any which metric that you take it when COVID happened, right? I mean, the whole market was collapsing. Pharma companies were doing well. All kind of, outrageous projections were being made in terms of growth rates. I think this is one sector where you'd have to be a little more specific because there are no two like-to-like pharma companies in India. Whether you look at therapies or, what they're doing in terms of R&D, they're all extremely different. I think there is deep value in some of the pharmaceutical names. Do remember that there is a huge component of the branded generics market in the United States that's actually going to go off patent in the next 18 to 24 months. And that's going to open up a very, very significant opportunity for companies in India. I think that number is somewhere between 10 to $20 billion, if I'm not mistaken. So I think the companies that have actually invested, and have filed the ANDAs or are doing R&D in specialty and branded generics could benefit. So, you could look at a name like Dr. Reddy's or a Sun Pharma or an Aurobindo Pharma, which are coming to you at fairly reasonable valuations and, will be able to bear the upside as and when these opportunities open up because of their presence. I think if you want to look at domestic pharma, I think the best place to play it would probably be something like a Cipla. I think of all the Indian large cap names, it has the least dependence to global markets. So if you do worry that global markets present a risk, I think Cipla could be another one. So I think there is value in pharma, no doubt. But I think as opposed to the conversation we've had so far, I wouldn't go in and be a blanket buyer in pharma. I would look at them on a case-to-case basis where valuations can marry growth potential.
Just one more thing before we let you go, Rahul. Any word of caution or any downside risks that retail investors particularly should be wary of right now instead of just, buying the dip blindly?
I think the biggest market risk now is that my projection on crude goes wrong. I think if crude heads if it heads up to 150 and I do go wrong in my assessment, then there could potentially be some more pain. So then like I said, where I thought 15,500 on the Nifty was a bottom, then probably the bottom on the way down does open up. I think you need to be a little wary of that. It's not my base case right now, but if that was to happen, I see that as being the single biggest risk to the Indian equity markets at this point.
Okay, well, point taken. Rahul, thank you so much for joining in. And if you'd like to share a disclosure before, we conclude the chat.
Well, I may be personally invested in some of these names. As a broking house, we would obviously have recommendation on all the names that we have spoken about. They could either be a buy or a hold, but I don't remember all of the names we've covered. But yes, it's safe to assume that I may have an interest in some of these names that we have spoken about.
Okay, great chatting with you, and thank you for giving us a comprehensive view across different sectors, different stocks and the macros. Pleasure chatting with you. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
केवल अंग्रेजों को देश से भगा दिया और सिस्टम नहीं बदला तो कुछ नहीं होने वाला। दोस्तों, दुख की बात है कि पिछले 75 साल से इन पार्टियों ने और इन नेताओं ने वो अंग्रेजों वाला सिस्टम रखा हुआ था। लूट रहे थे देश को। कोई स्कूल नहीं बनाए, कोई अस्पताल नहीं बनाए, लोगों को जानबूझ के गरीब रखा गया। पूरा का पूरा वही अंग्रेजों वाला सिस्टम चल रहा था। आम आदमी पार्टी ने ये सिस्टम बदला है पिछले 7 साल के अंदर। हमने ये सिस्टम बदला है। हमने ईमानदार राजनीति की शुरुआत की है। हमने लोगों के काम की शुरुआत की है। अब बच्चों के स्कूल बनने लगे हैं, गरीबों के बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा मिलने लगी है। बाबा साहब अंबेडकर और भगत सिंह जी का सपना पूरा होने लगा है। लेकिन दोस्तों, ये इतना आसान नहीं है। ये लोग सारे मिलके, बहुत बड़ी बड़ी ताकतें हैं, बहुत बड़ी बड़ी ताकतें हैं। हम लोग तो बहुत छोटे हैं इनके सामने। बहुत बड़ी बड़ी ताकतें, ये सारी ताकतें मिलके आज देश को आगे बढ़ने से रोकना चाहती हैं। आपने देखा होगा पंजाब में कितने बड़े बड़े षड्यंत्र किए गए। कितना रोज सुनते थे ये पार्टी वाले अपना वोट इसको यहां से ट्रांसफर कर देंगे, इसको यहां से ट्रांसफर। सारे इकट्ठे हो गए आम आदमी पार्टी के खिलाफ, सब इकट्ठे हो गए और इनसे बात कर कहते थे एक ही मकसद है सबका, आम आदमी पार्टी नहीं आनी चाहिए, चाहे कोई पार्टी आ जाए। सबका एक ही मकसद था, आम आदमी पार्टी नहीं आनी चाहिए, कोई भी पार्टी आ जाए। बड़े बड़े षड्यंत्र किए इन लोगों ने। अंत में ये सारे इकट्ठे होके बोले केजरीवाल आतंकवादी है। दोस्तों, आज इन नतीजों के जरिए जनता ने बोल दिया, देश की जनता ने बोल दिया, केजरीवाल आतंकवादी नहीं है। केजरीवाल देश का सच्चा सपूत है। केजरीवाल देश का सच्चा सपूत है। केजरीवाल सच्चा देशभक्त है। जनता ने अपना नतीजा सुना दिया। जनता कह रही है केजरीवाल आतंकवादी नहीं है, आतंकवादी तुम लोग हो जो देश को लूट रहे हो सारे मिलके। दोस्तों, आज हम सब लोगों को संकल्प लेना है। हम सब लोगों को संकल्प लेना है, एक नया भारत बनाएंगे। एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे जहां एक इंसान दूसरे इंसान से प्यार करेगा, मोहब्बत करेगा, कोई नफरत की कोई जगह नहीं होगी उस भारत के अंदर। एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे जहां कोई भूखा नहीं सोएगा। एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे जहां हमारी मां बहनें सुरक्षित होंगी। एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे जहां पे अमीरों और गरीबों के बच्चे को एक जैसी अच्छी से अच्छी शिक्षा मिलेगी। एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे। मुझे बड़ा दुख होता है, आज आजादी के 75 साल के बाद हमारे बच्चों को मेडिकल की शिक्षा लेने के लिए यूक्रेन जैसे छोटे से देश में जाना पड़ता है। हम एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे जहां पे खूब सारे मेडिकल कॉलेज खोलेंगे, खूब सारे इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज खोलेंगे। हम एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे जहां से भारत के बच्चों को यूक्रेन नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। पूरी दुनिया के बच्चे भारत में शिक्षा लेने के लिए आया करेंगे। हम एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे। आज बहुत सारे लोग मेरे को टीवी में देख रहे होंगे। जो लोग मेरे को टीवी में देख रहे हैं, जितनी महिलाएं देख रही हैं, मेरी मां बहनें देख रही हैं, जितने युवा देख रहे हैं, जितने किसान देख रहे हैं, जितने मजदूर देख रहे हैं, जितने इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट देख रहे हैं, जितने व्यापारी देख रहे हैं, जितने लोग आज टीवी पे मुझे देख रहे हैं, उन सबको मैं कहना चाहता हूं, आप सब लोग, मैं जानता हूं, जब आप देखते हो कि किस तरह से ये नेता और पार्टियां मिलकर देश को लूट रहे हैं, आपके दिल में भी बड़ा दुख होता है, आपको बहुत गुस्सा आता है इन लोगों के खिलाफ। आप भी कुछ करना चाहते हो। आज समय आ गया है। पहले दिल्ली में इंकलाब हुआ, अब पंजाब में इंकलाब हुआ, अब ये इंकलाब पूरे देश के अंदर फैलेगा। जो लोग आज ये टीवी देख रहे हैं, सब लोगों को मैं कहना चाहता हूं, सारी महिलाएं आम आदमी पार्टी ज्वाइन करें, सारे युवा आम आदमी पार्टी ज्वाइन करें, सारे किसान आम आदमी पार्टी ज्वाइन करें, सारे मजदूर, सारे व्यापारी, सारे उद्योगपति सब आम आदमी पार्टी ज्वाइन करें। आपको लगेगा कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं। एक आम आदमी को लगता है मैं क्या कर सकता हूं, मैं तो बहुत छोटा हूं। आपको पता है कि चरणजीत चन्नी जी को आज किसने हराया है? भदौर से लाभ सिंह उगोके। कौन है ये लाभ सिंह उगोके? मोबाइल रिपेयर करने वाली दुकान में नौकरी करता है। मोबाइल रिपेयर करने वाली दुकान में नौकरी करता है। उनकी माताजी एक सरकारी स्कूल के अंदर सफाई कर्मचारी का काम करती हैं। उनके पिताजी खेतों में मजदूरी करते हैं। ऐसे व्यक्ति ने चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी को आज चुनाव में हराया है। आपको पता है नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू को किसने हराया है? हमारी एक महिला वॉलंटियर है, आम महिला है, आम वॉलंटियर है, जीवन जोत कौर। उन्होंने मजीठिया को भी हरा दिया और उन्होंने सिद्धू को भी हरा दिया। तो दोस्तों, आम आदमी बड़ी ताकत है। मैं बार बार कहता हूं, इस आम आदमी को चुनौती मत दो। ये जिस दिन खड़ा हो गया, बड़े बड़े इंकलाब आ जाएंगे, बड़ी बड़ी कुर्सियां हिल जाएंगे। तो आज मैं सब लोगों को, देश के लोगों को आह्वान करता हूं, अपनी ताकत को पहचानो, खड़े हो जाओ। अब इंकलाब लाना है देश के अंदर। समय आ गया है भारत का। 75 साल हम लोगों ने खराब कर दिए, अब और टाइम खराब नहीं करना। सब लोग आम आदमी पार्टी ज्वाइन करो। आम आदमी पार्टी कोई पार्टी नहीं है, आम आदमी पार्टी इंकलाब का नाम है। आम आदमी पार्टी भगत सिंह के सपनों को पूरा करने का नाम है। मैं आज मेरे छोटे भाई भगवंत सिंह मान जी को पंजाब का सीएम बनने के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। और मैं पूरी उम्मीद करता हूं, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि जो उम्मीद 90 के पार सीट हो चुकी हैं अभी तक, अभी नतीजे और आ रहे हैं। इतना बड़ा बहुमत, ये डर भी लगता है। लोगों ने बड़ी उम्मीदें जताई है, लोगों ने बड़ा विश्वास किया है। इस विश्वास को हमें टूटने नहीं देना, सबको पूरा करना है। तो एक तो ये कि हमारे जितने कार्यकर्ता हैं, मैं बार बार कहता हूं, हमें घमंड नहीं करना, हमें अहंकार नहीं करना, हमें बदतमीजी नहीं करनी। ये लोग हमें गालियां देंगे। इन्होंने चुनाव में मेरे को कितनी गालियां दी। काला है, केजरीवाल अंग्रेज है, केजरीवाल पता नहीं क्या क्या है, आतंकवादी है। हमें इन गाली का जवाब गाली से नहीं देना। हमें इस देश की राजनीति बदलनी है। कोई आपको गाली दे तो बोलो जी।
guys, a very good afternoon to all the viewers of Money Control. I'm Karunya Rao, and as promised, our coverage continues on our YouTube, website and social media handles. Today, we'll be talking to Prashant Khemka of White Oak Capital, Gautam Duggar of Motilal Oswal, along with my colleague Gulam Jeelani and Gaurav Choudhury. Guys, thank you so much for touching base. Before we head on to Gautam and Prashant to talk about the markets, Jeelani, I'd like to come to you. Clearly, we know the results by now, the numbers by now for different states and the kind of majority that BJP is coming back with, the big AAP victory as well. What are you picking up from the street? How is it being received?
See, it is on the expected lines, except for Goa, which was predicted to be a hung assembly by exit polls. But yes, it is. If you look at AAP's victory in Punjab, it is unprecedented in the sense that first time a regional party is going to be in power in two states, which is Delhi and which is the other is Punjab. And for UP also, it is unprecedented in the sense, as I said, as we know that it will be first time, I think in 30, 40 odd years, that a chief minister of a party who has completed 5 terms will return to power, right? So we had in UP, for Punjab, we can say that people wanted change. There was anti-incumbency, and Punjab has always voted for a change. But it is unprecedented in UP in the sense that we had issues on the ground, which were evident on the ground. Issues like unemployment, issues like COVID mismanagement, especially in the second wave. Issues like price rise, issues like other issues were there. There was I was just before coming to the show, I was writing about Lakhimpur Kheri. We saw Lakhimpur Kheri was one of the biggest issues in recent time, which opposition talked about. And turns out that Bharatiya Janata Party, the BJP, has won all the 8 seats in Lakhimpur district. So this shows the level of reach, the level of sweep or a wave that BJP is enjoying in UP. And the reason for this is that there might be there are issues on the ground, but all the issues on the ground that were present on the ground were overpowered by Narendra Modi government's central policies and the delivery on the ground.
Right.
So that is. Yeah.
I also want to get in, Gaurav, analysts are saying that the impact and the exuberance of the elections will be short-lived. Of course, we have larger developments to watch out for on the geopolitical front, on the inflation side, etc. Crude oil prices are on a rise. Yes, they've cooled off a tad, but still remain a concern. So what is it that you would like to add, I mean, given the way the markets behaved today?
Yeah, a couple of things. First, on the election results itself, and as Jeelani pointed out, it's an unprecedented victory. But there are lots of sub-stories within the election results. The first sub-story, obviously, is the emergence of Arvind Kejriwal as the national leader. And as we had discussed this in the morning, Aam Aadmi Party is effectively only a 7-year-old party. They've been in power for 7 years. And they have left most of the legacy political parties, as it were, like the TMC or the NCP, etc., far behind, and gone on to win a major politically important state, a border state, which have voted for a kind of an upstart party ahead of established parties like the Congress and the Akali Dal. That is one sub-story. But the second sub-story is also the decimation of Congress in all of these states, which is something that the party will have to introspect long, deep, and hard. The other sub-story, obviously, is emerging from Uttar Pradesh, is the decimation of BSP. And what does it mean for BSP's future in Uttar Pradesh is something that we'll get to know over the next couple of months, because does it mean that Mayawati, does it signal the end of Mayawati as a potent political force or the potent political influencer in India's biggest and most politically important state, is something that's going to have a bearing on which way the winds will blow in 2024. The other thing, of course, is that each of the 4 states that the BJP were defending, they have defended. It includes Uttar Pradesh, it includes Uttarakhand, it includes Manipur, and it includes Goa. But also look at, there is another story that has emerged from all of this. 6 months ago, there was a change of chief ministership or change of chief minister in Punjab. by the Congress, and Congress lost the elections badly. 9 months ago, there was a change of 2 chief ministers in Uttarakhand, and BJP went on to register a very handsome victory. So it tells you about how the two parties actually approach elections. BJP approaches election as if their life depends on it. The Congress approaches elections as if it is a 5-year project. It is not a 5-year project. BJP looks 25 years ahead. Congress looks only for the immediate term. And that is what has made the difference. And as we discussed in the morning also, tomorrow the Prime Minister is addressing a rally in Gujarat. That is all scheduled.
Right.
Effectively, the Prime Minister is going to sound the poll bugle in Gujarat that goes to polls in the end of this year.
Yeah.
The Congress, which was a potent force last time around, is nowhere to be seen on the ground this time. So there's a lot of introspection that the party will have to do. On the economic front, however, each of the parties that have been voted to power, some of them retaining power, and someone like Aam Aadmi Party that has won power for the first time in a big state, inflation is something that they have to deal with immediately. That getting by is going to get harder. It's not going to get easier. For one, of course, the crude prices are rising there, and we haven't seen, because of elections, petrol and diesel prices hasn't risen for the last 4 to 6 weeks. They're going to rise anytime soon, maybe from tonight, maybe from tomorrow.
Yeah.
What happens then, and how do these parties, how do these newly elected chief ministers, some of them returning to power and some of them coming to power for the first time, going to deal with this? Because this is something that affects everyone. The kind of unrest, or the kind of, the rest, how are they going to deal with a restive populace that is going to demand answers from a question, because a lot of expectations are riding on each of the parties that have been voted to power. They have to live up to those expectations, and extremely fast.
I want to bring in Prashant into the conversation. Prashant, given the state of the economy, inflation concerns which are looming very large, and we are looking at massive price hikes across the board, especially fuel prices, which could be as soon as tonight. What is it that is in store for the markets over the next few months? Because the retail investors seem to be very perturbed, very concerned. Many of them have seen something like this for the first time in their lifetime.
Certainly. Thanks, Karunya, for having me on the show here. Susie, it's very difficult to say, because these events, while important, have a limited impact in terms of the long-term value, of the companies in the market. So the inflation, if I talk particularly about, as long as it is a transitory, as long as market believes it is transitory, it is not going to have any material, if at all, impact on the markets. If it is transitory because of certain supply chain disruptions in commodities, because of the geopolitical situation, or prior to that, because we're still recovering from the supply chain disruptions of COVID, and now this geopolitical situation is further impacted. But as long as, the inflation expectations don't get entrenched, and inflation expectations getting entrenched would be captured by bond yields longer term globally. As long as those remain at and as you've seen over the last 6-12 months, while the shorter end of the bond yields has gone higher, the US 2-year, 5-year, and even 10-year, but the longer year horizon bond yield has not moved that high, which suggests to me that inflation expectation still remain contained for the longer term. It is the near term, or the next year, 2 years, that inflation might get elevated, but that is not that detrimental or is not something that can trigger a massive correction or a bear market or a sharp pullback in the market, would be my view. The election results, sorry.
Go on.
No, the election results are something that we were keenly awaiting, and I think market was as well. Market generally prefers stability and continuity. When I mean stability and continuity, it's more at the central level. So for the last nearly 8 years, market is used to a certain policy direction, implementation, and so on. So to the extent that the election results, state election results,
strengthen the potential for continuity over the coming many years. To that extent, it is definitely positive to the market sentiment, like it was 5 years ago in 2017 when election results came out, I believe on the day of Holi, March 11th. The undertone became very firm following that.
Yeah.
And that was not because of the election results of UP per se, but it was the extrapolation by the market of what it meant potentially for the 2019 central elections. And hence a stronger showing in several of the states by BJP, to the extent that market interprets that as increasing the probability of continuity in 2024 is supportive of a firmer undertone.
But is the worry about inflation, worry about earnings in the near to medium term, is it all factored in by the markets already?
See, I do believe so. Market factors in these things well before we start worrying about them. It's no different right now, I would say.
Okay.
Most companies are able to, pass on the inflation in raw materials with some lead or lag time. Yes, it does have some dampening on the overall demand, but it's not something that is a lasting effect. That's why whether on a sustained basis inflation expectations have changed is important to understand, which doesn't seem to be the case.
Gautam, how are you looking at the earnings trajectory? We're almost at the end of Q4 of this financial year. Given the relentless spike in commodities across the board, in all kinds of raw materials, how do you see earnings playing out, not only in Q4, but for the next couple of quarters as well?
Good afternoon, Karunya. Thanks for having me here. See, basically, last 6 to 9 months, we've seen a lot of headwinds in this market. You had seen second wave in April, May. Then we had seen supply chain disruptions. Then third wave, localized lockdowns. The market has taken a lot of hitting. But despite that, the earnings have been extremely resilient. If you look at the first 9 months FY22 earnings, Nifty earnings are up 45%. More importantly, the forward revision, when we ended the quarter 15 days back and did our review, the earnings have been extremely stable. And even now, over the last 4 days, my research team has published notes on several sectors where they've made changes to the estimates factoring in current commodity prices. So we've cut estimates in auto, we've cut in cements, we've cut in consumer, and we've raised estimates in metals and oil and gas. All of this put together, at the Nifty level, there is not much change. We're still at 736 rupees of EPS for FY22, 875 for FY23, and about 1,000 rupees for FY24. So not for a moment I'm trivializing this commodity inflation. The real reason is the way Nifty is composition today. There are many counterbalancing forces. There is 15% of Nifty profit pool which actually benefits from higher commodity prices. And there is 45 to 50% of Nifty profit pool which has no impact from the higher commodity prices whatsoever, which is basically financials and IT. There is no direct impact. This is 1/3 of profit pool, which is consumer durables, auto and cement, which gets impacted. So that is where we have seen earnings cut. The real impact happens outside of the Nifty, the broader markets, where the pricing power sometimes is low, where the impact of commodity cost is much higher, and which is what we witnessed in the third quarter as well, where a variety of sectors saw 200 to 600 basis point of gross margin contraction. And we have seen for the first time after 3 quarters, earnings downgrades overweighing earnings upgrades by a factor of 1.5 times. Having said all of this, I think after today's election, the market has one less headache to worry about. As Prashant pointed out, this is a very good outcome from a market's point of view, stability, continuity in policy momentum, and hopefully this will augur very well for further reforms push. We have seen some pullback on farmers, farm laws. So, this kind of results does bolster the confidence of the incumbent in pursuing the reforms agenda. So that augurs very well for the market. And of course, the fact that the margin of the victory is so huge, and this is the first time that an incumbent CM is coming back in UP after 3 decades, this will augur very well for 2024 for them. That will give them confidence to push the policy.
Gautam, you've told us about the cuts that you've made across different baskets, but where are you betting on? What are the segments or pockets of the market that you like right now?
So for last 2 years running, Karuna, we have had a big positive overweight call on IT, which is continuing. We have the single largest overweight on IT with about 300 basis point overweight. And I think IT is one of the best positioned sector in today's environment. The demand visibility is excellent. The cash flow generation is massive and humongous. And 90% of that cash flow is being returned to the shareholders through dividend payouts or buybacks, right? And free cash flow conversion is also 100% plus. So combination of this 3-4 characteristics makes IT very resilient. And that is why you have not seen much fall in IT actually. So if you're looking for something which has gone beaten down, then IT is not the space to hunt into. But on an absolute basis, we continue to like IT. Second sector which we like and which has not worked actually is financials, where we have another 300 basis point of an overweight. But I'm not too bothered at the moment because the fundamentals have been very strong. If you look at the earnings, this is the only sector which saw an earnings upgrade in third quarter. And we are heavily biased in favor of large cap financials because their balance sheet is very strong right now, with provisioning coverage ratio of 75-80% plus and capitalization ratio on tier 1 of upwards of 15%.
Large cap banks is clearly a theme that, you know, a lot of our experts that we've chatted with today are betting on.
Yeah, valuations are also reasonable. And then third, something which I've been always biased towards, given my own, experience as a consumer analyst, I continue to like consumption, though I'm a little more biased towards discretionary because there is a K-shaped kind of a scenario panning out on consumption where low-end, rural-oriented staples items are facing the volume pressure and also the headwinds of input cost, whereas the high-end urban-facing discretionary high-ticket goods, they are in a different trajectory. Paints, adhesives, QSR, jewelry has been one of our most high conviction theme for last 7-8 years. So we continue to like tighten even now.
Gautam, I'd like to also get in your view on metals because they have been very affected by the recent commodity price rise. Of course, a lot of other users of different commodities are also hit, but metals pack, the non-producers, the users, how are they likely to perform in the near term, near to medium term perhaps?
See, near term looks good because of the underlying commodity prices, but one shouldn't make the mistake of extrapolating current prices because we are seeing last 3-4 days, every day the prices are up 2-3%. You cannot extrapolate that and then, you know, mark to market your earnings to the new commodity prices. So in times like this, when volatility is very high, you know, in the past when metals were making losses, we never looked at the PE or EV/EBITDA. We used to look at price to book. So I think today also when the scenario has shifted to the other side on the extreme, I think it is better to look at price to book in some of these cases. While we like metals, we have an overweight, but at these prices, I will stay a little more cautious because the moment commodity price momentum tapers off, the earnings momentum will also slacken and the prices will react. We've had Hindalco, we've had SAIL in our model portfolio. We have seen 3-4 rounds of earnings upgrade. The last upgrade we saw was in September. Since then, the commodity price momentum had slackened and therefore we have not seen any more earnings upgrade after September. Now again, because of the recent events, the prices are up. So we have seen one more round of earnings upgrade. But I think prices market will look beyond the near term. You know, this prices clearly, in my view at least, in the near term, they might be high, but it's not looking very sustainable, whether it is oil or other, commodity basket. So I'll be very cautious now. We've had an overweight, but at this prices, I will reassess the thesis again.
Prashant, one question to you, which has come in from one of our audience as well. Why are the markets going up, and why isn't the street worried about the soaring oil prices? Yes, there has been a cool off, but the way the markets have played out in the last 3-4 sessions, the exuberance and excitement that we've seen, what explains that? And will it continue, more importantly?
Certainly. So, Karunya, I think this is always, the dilemma in investors' mind, and not only someone in the audience as layperson, but also amongst the sell side, buy side, whether it's on Gautam's side or our side. When it happened last time, if you remember, when markets bottomed about 2 years ago on March 23rd, right? On March 23rd, I believe the total COVID death count in India was in single digits. Not in thousands, single digits as in 5 or 6. And the case count was something like 70, 80. And markets then started rallying. And for the next 6 months, everyone, I think in public media as well as amongst investors and all, kept scratching their heads. Why are markets so euphoric when the infection is spreading widely? The case counts are first wave, second wave, third wave, all these case counts climbing up, death counts globally were climbing up. And lockdowns were on a sequential basis being employed and lifted. So market has this ability to look through the near-term fog or haziness and beyond it where the future lies. Whereas we as individuals, investors, and other market participants, we tend to try and correlate what's the fogginess in the near term with the market's trajectory. And that's why I think when market is, rallying and it's still down 5% for the year, but market is not going to wait before it assumes its movement in either direction. Market is not going to wait till you and I become comfortable or investors at large become comfortable with the surrounding what is going on in our environment. The market's not going to wait for the war to stop. Market would anticipate well ahead of the actual stoppage of war. Market's not going to wait till inflation cools down. Market would anticipate, and we have to take our cue from the market rather than other way around, I would say. And as Gautam pointed out just a few minutes ago, very rightly, if you look at the market earnings profile today, 15% actually gets helped by this commodity inflation. As he said, half of it probably doesn't get affected. So that's 2/3. And the 1/3 also, that is consumption, that has near-term cuts possibly in earnings. But these guys with a lag are able to pass on the inflation. Okay. So next year earnings is not hit. In fact, again, as Gautam was pointing out, the smaller players, and he mentioned broader market, but beyond the listed market, there are so many small players in the unorganized sector. They suffer more during inflationary environment at the expense, and at their expense, the larger players gain market share. So the larger consumer companies whose earnings may be a little bit under pressure in the near term because of inflationary RM pressure, right? Which anyways is going to get passed off in next year's earnings. They have a more structural market share gain benefit.
Right.
We've always been of the belief that inflation is good for consumer companies.
All
Very
right.
hit in the near term for larger gain in the long term.
Point taken then, gentlemen. Thank you so much for putting things in perspective and helping our viewers also understand, the various developments that are playing out simultaneously in the markets, not just elections. And Jeelani and Gaurav, thank you to both of you as well for joining in with an update and analysis on what happened today as far as the election verdict is concerned. With that, we're going to wrap it up. Thank you so much for tuning in.